Alright, I think we're back. I played around with the audio settings. Does this sound better now? No clicks? I don't hear any clicks anymore, so... No clicks, and this one is not frozen. It's weird. I'm not sure why it's happening. It happens only on the ASIO driver. I just quickly switched to the MME driver of Voice Meter. And on the MME driver it actually works well. But on the ASIO driver it doesn't. And it's only when this pad is not frozen. So when I freeze this pad, the clicking goes away on the ASIO driver. But when I unfreeze this pad, the clicking starts happening. So it definitely has something to do with the amount of processing on this pad. But then again, it does work on MME, so it's weird. I'm not sure. I feel like it has something to do with the Ableton Live 11 update. I've been talking to somebody on Reddit, and he had been talking to the Ableton developer team about an issue that he found with the Ableton Live 11 update. It had to do with the disk loading. Basically, and I have it as well. Like, I turned it off, but right here, where is it? CPU overload indication. Yeah, I can turn that on somehow. Right here, I think. No. There is something. I turned it off, but you can turn it on somewhere. Maybe it's in the settings. But I get these things as well the entire time. Let's see, where is that thing? Just here. No, it's not there. Where's the CPU meter stuff? Audio? Look. No, don't know where it is, but maybe it's in here anyway. I think it was something with the disk overload thing that was somewhere around here as well, but I removed it because I was getting really annoyed with it, because every time the false CPU readings, yeah, it's mostly the disk overload error. And I noticed as well that on the disk overload, when it happens, that's also when the audio drops out. So, and the weird thing is that it doesn't happen in Live 10. So I've been talking to somebody who's been who also had the same issue, and he's been talking to the Ableton developer team about it, because he was like, yo, listen, this is definitely an issue with your latest update, because Ableton, the team first said, well, it has to do with the new updated readings here, right? If you have it set to current, then you get spikes, because sometimes you get CPU spikes, but the original mode was average, and on that it's way more consistent. It doesn't spike as much. So if that's what they thought people were complaining about, but there's an actual issue going on. And I think from what we've been talking, I mean, I haven't talked too much with him, but he gave me a couple of things that he found out about it, and that was that it seems to be happening on people with people that have an Intel CPU. So it seems to be happening on Intel CPUs only, and it is some kind of a bug that's in Live 11. I'm not sure what it is, but it gives probably disk overloads and false CPU spikes, and they're probably working on fixing that. He's been talking to the Ableton devs to figure out what is going on, and if he can find out what it is. So he asked me, yo, could you give me your specs, because it sounds like the exact same issue. And I gave him my specs, and he was like, oh wait, you also have an Intel CPU. And basically all the people that he talked to, that he asked their specs from, they all had an Intel CPU, so it definitely has something to do with that. But now I found out something new, that I think it also is only happening on ASIO driver, because I now switched to the MME and it's completely gone. So maybe I should let him know after the stream. Maybe he's watching. If you're watching, then add that to the list of things to talk about with the Ableton devs, because they really need to fix it though. They really need to fix it, because it's been since the 11 update. In 10 there's no issues at all, so it's something with 11, but they'll probably figure it out. Up until then, I guess I'll use the MME driver for now. It happens on Core Audio too. Okay, but isn't Core Audio ASIO as well? Like, I would expect that to be an ASIO driver as well, to be quite honest. Yeah, it really is with 11. I've never had it with 10, to be honest. I mean, I've had issues with like audio dropouts on Live 10 and 9 and 8 as well, but that was always due to problems with Voicemeeter and and the Focusrite driver not properly working together. But those are now working properly together on my machine. I don't have any issues with those anymore. I could even use the ASIO driver on Live 10 without any issues. So it is something with the 11 update. It's not really ASIO, okay. Well, that's cool too. Maybe it works in a similar way, I don't know. Something like that. It's probably something like that is throwing it off. I don't know. But for now it seems to be working fine. Anyways, back to the pad that we are actually talking about. So, yeah. This pad, like I said, is quite interesting. If you're not just tuning in right now, I started off with just a string layer. That's weird too. Why is that not updating quick? That's really strange. Let's just set it to complex. What? That might be another bug. See how slow it responds on Beats mode. But on complex mode, it just responds immediately. Interesting. Dude, do I really have to grab out a piece of paper and write down all the bugs that I find tonight? Yeah, the Focusrite drivers aren't the best. Let me just put that out first. The drivers aren't the best, especially when it comes to stuff like live streaming. They are good for like ASIO itself, like just producing itself, but they're definitely not the best out there. I mean, I guess you get what you pay for, right? I mean, they're also not the most expensive interfaces. I'm not too sure about the Claret ranges because I've never used those, but yeah, I know, man. There's a lot of people that have been having issues with 11 so far, so there's definitely some bugs that need to be worked out still. But hey, we'll see. But anyways, this on complex it seems to do it fine. Anyways, this is the pad. Just like a string pad, and it's just from the free Spitfire Labs plugin. And I did a whole bunch of processing to it to turn it into this. And now we actually have the pitch bend. That's a new name. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
Thanks, Dead Rabbit. $20 as well. That's a really good donation. Thanks a lot for that one. I don't think I've seen your name before though. Welcome to the stream. That sounds dope. Yeah, it's quite cool. I'll show you in a bit how I did it. I got a quick question. Why does Legato not work in Ableton 11? Legato actually does work in Ableton 11. What I'm thinking that might be happening. Do you have an MPE? Like what are you using for the instrument? Is it Serum, for instance? Because if it's Serum, then by default it's probably set to MPE mode. And I'm not sure if the legato glides work in MPE mode, because you can do the pitch bends per note. So if it's for instance Serum that's set to MPE mode, you might want to right click on Serum here on the title bar. So if you have Serum here, for instance, right click on the title bar, and then there's a little option there which is there to turn off MPE mode. I'm not sure if I have, I don't have anything here, but I can show you real quick. So if we have a Serum right here, let's just set that to legato, mono legato with a little bit of glide. So by default, see, MPE is turned on right here. Let's see if we get a glide. Oh, we do get a glide. Then I'm not sure why it's not doing that for you. It stops. Well, that has to do then with the instrument probably. Like you've got legato, and I think it's called portamento. I think they're two different things. It's the same thing like in Massive, in the old Massive plugin. You had, damn, I forgot what it was called. I think it was called Mono, and that was the one that you would use for just a glide, so that you could do like a note, and when you glide up to the higher note, it stops the previous note. And then there was also one called Mono Rotate, I think it was called, and that one you would use if you wanted it to glide up to a higher note, and then when you let go of the higher note, it would go back down. So that is all about how the synth is set up, I guess. Not sure what Serum does. I think Serum is like, it goes up, and then when you let go of the note, it goes back down. Oh no, it stops. Okay, so let's see, maybe... Probably if I turn mono off, because then it's not mono. It should not be monophonic then, because... Okay, that doesn't work. You're right. It indeed stops. Interesting. Let's see what happens if we turn MPE off. There you go. Turn MPE off, and then it goes back down. Hey, we've got a CPU overload, see? It's so annoying. I'm just gonna turn it off, because it's so annoying if that thing jumps on every time. See, that's one of the issues that's still happening. Because those CPU overload errors, my CPU is not overloading, that's one thing that's for sure. Okay, good one, Dead Rabbit. Thanks for the donation, though. Thanks a lot for that one. I guess you're the first one tonight, so good job on that one. Hey, I'm learning something new right now as well. Didn't know that the MPE would affect how the legato operates. So that's interesting. I mean, I've had it with other things as well. Like, I had an instrument and it was set to MPE mode, and I had set up the pitch bend range inside the plugin to 2 semitones or 1 semitone, just a really small pitch bend range. And I did a pitch bend with, I think it was just the MPE pitch bend things, and I was like, why is it going way more than 1 semitone? And I didn't get it. And I was like, oh, so the semitone range in the plugin does not go for the MPE pitch bend. It only goes for the regular pitch bends. I was like, ah, okay. I guess you learn something new every time, right? So, yeah, like I said, this pad, there's a lot going on. Just a couple of mid-side, a little bit of mid-side EQ, but then there's this rack. And inside of this rack, there's a lot happening. Like I said, there's a lot happening in this rack. There's multiple layers here. Oh, that's the spectral resonator. I wanna show you what that does. That's actually quite cool. So let's just start with that layer. I have that layer here, and then this is just a dry version of the pad. That's just the drivers. There is some processing happening here. You might be able to see this thing. I'll show you that in a minute as well when we get to adding some drums, because I made something that I'm gonna release soon on my Patreon, and I think you guys might like it. So, and then there's this layer right here with the spectral resonator. So listen to what that thing does. It's really quiet. That's because of the filter here. It's gonna come in more here. Hear what that's doing? That's the spectral resonator that's doing that. See, I'm automating the stretch right here. So if I bring up the automation, you can see that stretch is being automated throughout the entire pad. And what that is doing is it's creating that pitch down effect. Now there's a lot more automation happening on it, but this spectral resonator is fucking awesome. It's really cool. So I set it to Wonder mode and a really long decay time, and what this does is you can tune it. So I tuned this one to B, which the track is in E, or this pad is in E, but this is in B, so it's adding a perfect fifth above the main pad, and then it's also pitching down, but I guess it's stretching the reverb or whatever this is. It's a spectral resonator, I guess, so it's stretching that resonator in a way, and that creates a pitch change over time, which is really, really interesting. What is better, DT880 or 990s? I think the 990s are fully open-backed, if I'm correct. Theoretically, that would be best for monitoring. But if you also want to use them for like recording sessions, let's say you want to work on your headphones while you're doing some, I don't know, recording vocals, recording videos, whatever. If you've got open-backed headphones, you might get some issues with sound leaking back into the microphone. So that's why I don't use open-backed headphones. And I have semi-open. That's kind of better for me. But if you want like good headphones for monitoring, you definitely want to have open-backed headphones. I think the 990s are open-backed, but I could be wrong. I mean, both would be good though. Don't get me wrong, like both are great headphones, so yeah, that's a really cool effect. I really like this spectral resonator. And then I have another one happening here. Yeah, another one that is also being automated in with some volume automation over time, and that is adding an E note. So this one is actually adding just a regular pitch, and I think this one is stretching up. Yeah, so this one is actually coming up in pitch by being stretched, so it's a really interesting effect. No, that's my Ableton Live skin. That's my own Ableton Live skin, and if you want to get that skin, it's actually on my Patreon right now, so you can grab it on my Patreon. So just pledge a little bit of money to me, and you will be able to grab that, plus patches from my tutorials, and a whole bunch more stuff that I'm working on that I'll be posting on there as well. But yeah, it's a really interesting effect, that spectral resonator. Yeah, I'm really happy with what this thing does. So that already adds a lot to the pad. So without this rack, this is what the pad sounds like. And then with that rack, that sounds literally almost the same. Is that me? Wait, I probably should play it from here. Yeah, see where the mid frequencies come in. So see, that's what it sounded like. Just sort of like a string layer that's being filtered. And then with this rack, see, it really starts, it bends up and down at the same time, but there's also a layer that just stays at the regular pitch, and does it really rises the tension, which is exactly what you want, right? So it's really adding tension throughout that entire part, which is really nice. No, I haven't heard that tune, sorry. And then there's this other layer, which is the pitch bend layer. Now this one was really fun to do. Again, there was quite some stuff happening. So this one again is doing something with a B and an E note. So what I've done here, let's see. Okay, we have the incoming pitch. Oh, that's actually not an E note. This is a... what is that? That's a G. This is playing a G. Let me rename this real quick. Oh no, it is... ah, it's a G and an E. This is playing an E minor. Because it's... the mix is at 50%. So we get both an E and a G note, because this is +3. And then this one, I think, is set to B. Yeah, this one is set to B. So it kind of creates a chord on this second layer. And that chord is then using a corpus on top of it. So both layers have a corpus on top of it. And that corpus, I'm using this shaper right here. So every 4 bars, yeah, every 4 bars, at the last 2 bars, this opening knob is being automated down. And what that does is it creates this effect. See, so that's... it's kind of like a metallic chord, in a way, and that is then being added on top of the main pad, which is in this other layer. So it's all coming from this one sample. No, I haven't played around with that pack yet. So I really like what that pad sounds like right now. So yeah, you can do some really interesting stuff with those effects. It's all about the automation as well. It's all about the automation and just automating things over time. But you might be able to see something in there, and that is a little rack that I made. I'm gonna be showing you that, but we need to make some drums first. Let's think. What kind of drums are we gonna do? Yeah, I've been sort of like getting used to grouping things more inside of a rack, so that I can sort of like process them together more. Like when I do it with groups, I don't really, well, like most of the time I would be grouping things in groups right here and just create multiple tracks. But for some reason, I'm much easier, well, I would much easier put a shitload of crazy effects and crazy effects chains on like an instrument rack or an audio effect rack than I would do on top of a group, if you get what I mean. Like, the groups always feel to me like it's more there for like mixing things. Even though it doesn't make any difference, you can do the same processing you do on an instrument rack, you can do the same thing in a whole bunch of groups that are grouped in a couple of more groups, you know, you could do that. But for some reason, when I group things in groups, I always end up doing less crazy stuff than when I just do it on a single track and just don't care and do it all in a rack, for instance. And the other upside from it is that when you're done with a sound, you can just save the entire instrument rack and just, you know, save it to your folder of patches that you made and just reload it in a different track when you're working on one. So it's always nice to do that as well. And you can do that with groups, so I've been teaching myself to do it more often with instrument racks and like audio effect racks and all that kind of stuff, because it just makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, a group in a group in a group is basically the same thing, and you can achieve the exact same thing. Like, I could have, instead of having an audio effect rack here, I could have made that a group, right? I could have made another group right here, and then another group in there, and you could do that and stack it on over a couple of different tracks, but there's really no reason to do that. So, and the other way, I guess, it also makes things more organized. It makes things more organized throughout the entire project file as well, because you just know, like, okay, on the groups, that's mostly going to be mixing stuff. And all the actual sound design things that are happening are mostly happening on the tracks itself. So that kind of makes that easier as well, I guess. Might make it better to find things back when projects get really crazy and out of hand. Let's just loop that short section for now. We'll do that later. The velocities, I'll just do it for now. Just like that. So we have some drums here. Okay, later J sub. Yeah, so I've been making some stuff in Addictive Drums as well. Where is it? My presets. I've been making some stuff. Like this one, for instance. This is a pretty cool. And I've been making a rack, which I have spent a lot of time on in the last couple of days. And I'm calling it Pro TT. If you've seen my video about OTT lately, about the fact that I really don't like OTT, because it changes the phase ridiculously and it's just a pain to work with. Well, it doesn't have to do that, to be honest. So what I made is a rack that is basically an improved OTT. So this is an OTT that doesn't do that crazy phase shift, but still does the exact same compression. It sounds slightly different from the Ableton Live OTT preset, because the band split, the frequency split, is done in a different way. See, the phase split with the original OTT is happening because of the way how it splits up the bands that come into the multiband dynamics device. And the way how it splits those bands, it creates a really big phase change. And that phase change is, well, it's not really ideal, you know. You can work your way around it, but it shouldn't really have to happen. So I wanted to make a rack that is basically doing the same thing that OTT does, but not do that phase shift. So I first tried it out with some linear phase EQs, of course, but that was a pain because that adds a shitload of latency, and that is also not ideal. Might be nice if you're doing like a mix down, and not really important then if you get some latency, but if you're working on a track and you might want to play some stuff on a MIDI controller, for instance, and you get like, I don't know, 800 milliseconds of latency because there's a couple of different linear phase EQs doing the frequency splits, well, that's not really playable anymore, right? It's not really, you can play with 800 milliseconds of latency. So I did some other stuff, and I found out a way how to make this rack completely stock Ableton, and it does pretty much exactly what OTT does. It sounds slightly different because of the fact that the frequency split is done slightly different, but other than that, it kind of does the same thing. So I'm gonna be making a video about this one as well on my channel soon. It's gonna be a video about how to make this rack, and you can will then also be able to get it from my Patreon when that video is out. So that's the default setting. Now, immediately, that's just what it is in this rack. There's actually just the same multiband dynamics in this rack, except I've switched the multiband dynamics to single bands. So I've turned off the multiband stuff inside the multiband dynamics, and I just basically made it a single band compressor. And then I made 3 chains in that rack that all have that multiband dynamics on it, with the exact same settings that the respective bands would have in the original preset. And those are then all mapped cleverly to macro knobs in this rack, so you get control over the time of OTT, which is what you always would want to use. Then I've also made another one right here, a soft clipper. I always wished OTT, well, the first thing I wished for, that it didn't do the phase shift, but the other thing I wished for is that it had a soft clipping stage at the end, so that it would not clip and you could just drive it into a soft clipping stage. So I added the soft clipping stage at the end of the rack. I mapped the crossovers, so the low crossover and the high crossovers between the band to 2 macro knobs. I created an output gain after the compression and an input gain before the compression. So you can boost the input gain going into the compressors. And then I have a gain for the low, mid and high. And I also split up, because I now have 3 individual multiband dynamics compressors in single band mode. I can now control the amount of OTT per band. So I have an amount of OTT here for the low band, for the mid band, and for the high band. So you get way more control over what kind of OTT sound you want to get out of that rack, as opposed to the regular preset. I think it's definitely an improvement to what the original OTT sounds like. The fact that you have the crossovers also gives you the ability to really... so like, let's say you're working on a bass sound, put an oscilloscope after this rack, and you can then, by changing the crossovers, you can sort of like tweak how much of that phase shift is happening, and you can minimize it to as much as you need. The other thing is, yeah, it just by default already, because the phase or the frequency split is done differently than how the multiband dynamics device does it, the phase shift is already way less than what it is on the regular multiband dynamics preset, so that is already a massive improvement in my opinion. And the best part of it is that the total latency ended up being 16 samples, which is 0.33 milliseconds, so under 1 millisecond, which is really good. So really happy with this. I'll show you what that sounds like on a... I know what it sounds like on this break. Let me grab a break real quick. I sampled a break, I sampled one-shot hits from a break, and then I made a new break out of it, which ended up being this one. So pretty good break, right? Let's do this. Like, this is a really nice break actually. Might actually use this one. Now, let's put that rack on there. Let's see what we can do with it. So, right off the bat, it's gonna do a very heavy amount of compression because everything is basically at 100%. So now you get... just really squash that thing. Now let's see what we get. So let's first, the soft clipping is also on by default, so if you want to turn it off, just turn this one down. But I'm gonna make a video about this, so I'll explain everything and I'll show the inside of the rack as well in that video. So we can boost the output gain so that we get a more louder volume. We can bring the time down, for instance, so we get very heavy amount of compression. And then we can back the amounts down. So for instance, set them to about 50% to begin with. Okay, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set these to beats mode. Let's see if the warp markers are correct, or the transient markers. Let's delete that last one. And let's set this to beats mode and just make them a bit shorter. Yeah, that's way better. Duplicate that. Okay, and now I'm gonna play around with these and see what we can do with it. So you basically get control per band now. So you can, for instance, you could add a lot of compression and upwards compression to the high frequencies while basically not doing any on the low end or on the mids, which is, it's just a lot more controllable. Because a lot of times when you use OTT, you might not want to put it on, you know, all of the frequency bands. You might only want to bring out some detail in the high frequencies, or you might only want to compress the low end very heavily. Now you can do that this way. I mean, you can do it originally as well by, you know, muting the bends and stuff, but I feel like this is just a little bit better. See, that's also easy because there's now also an input gain. You can really easily, let's say you want a little bit more compression, just boost the input gain. Or if you want less, decrease the input gain. So that's also easier to get more or less compression. Yo, Marcel, welcome. Yeah, I think we might be able to use that break actually. Definitely EQ after it though, because it really brings out a lot of low end. See, it really brings out a lot of low end, like OTT always does. Let's just do another soft clipper at the end. If you just want to have soft clipping, all you have to do is just bring the range on the glue compressor all the way down and just turn soft clipping on. That way it's not doing any compression, but you're only getting the soft clipping. Okay, let's just loop this section. Okay, let's see what that sounds like in the mix, and let's put some sidechain on that one because there is a kick drum happening. And I might want to make sure that that kick drum actually comes through. Let's boost that a little bit. This rack will be available on my Patreon soon. I'm currently working on I already uploaded the upcoming tutorial, which is not going to be about that rack. The upcoming tutorial is about a pad in Vital, and that one is going to be up soon. That one is going to be up after this tutorial, or after this stream. I'm going to be setting up I'll be sharing it with my Patreons first for early access, and then I think the tutorial will be public on Sunday, probably, maybe Monday. I'm not entirely sure yet, but that tutorial is going to go out then. And the one after that is going to be the video about this OTT rack that I made. And then when that video is out, then this rack will be on my Patreon as well. Do you lay the kick from addictive drums, or can you leave the one kick and post-process it? I mean, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet. For now, I'm basically just, I have this break here, and I'm just sidechaining the kick out right now. But there's still a little bit left, right? There's still a little bit of noise happening there. So it kind of still works. But I'm not sure if I'm going to use this break. I'm just starting off with this right now and seeing if this one sounds good, and if not, we'll make our own break. But that one might work. Actually does sound kind of good in the mix. I think I can make a better one though, to be honest. Like, I'm so happy with this rack. This rack works so well. Like, already you can hear, like, just immediately beefs up that drum loop right away, and I haven't even done anything. This is just the default thing that we're on right now. You know what? I'm just gonna reload this one real quick. So that we have an initialized patch. I'm just actually gonna make my own kit real quick. There we go. Initialized empty. Go into here. So let's first copy that pattern of that break, because I do like the pattern a lot. I just think I can make a better one. So this pattern, hi-hat can stay there. Well, actually, let's just do that. So we have snare drum here, that's right, and then there's another snare drum happening right there. You can see. And then there's a kick drum happening here as well. So let's take this kick and move that one here. And then I can see that we have a little bit of a louder hat right here, or a bit more of an open hat. Slightly bigger, and then this one right here is a really tiny click. That's a really tiny hat, so let's take C2, because that's the smallest hat that's in that's in your kit. And then there's another one right here. Let's put one right there. And then we have a little thing happening at the end here. We have one more really short hat thing, and then we have a sort of like a muffled kick drum. See? So let's put another kick drum right here, which is probably going to be at a lower velocity. So now we should be able to set up our kit. Oh, why is it not? Let me just loop a shorter section. Yeah, that one, we should do that with the pad as well, so we can hear what it sounds like in tune with the pad. Make sure these are all centered, because I don't want to have any weird stereo stuff happening in this. Like I'm not writing a real drum kit, so we don't need any panning on the toms and stuff like that. I'm not even sure if we're gonna use toms, but we'll see. I think I like that more. Snare drum. Let's see what we can find. make those quieter. But we'll actually layer something on those drums as well. That we get a nice 1/8 note pattern. That one and that one. Just make them really quiet. Do this. Okay, we need to hear. Hey! A Patreon donation. Thanks a lot. I hope you're watching as well. You probably are. Thanks a lot for that. Damn. Now I forgot your name. Let me check real quick. Let me check real quick who that was. Anomalistic. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that. Big up. Welcome to the Patreon squad. Quite like this one actually. Hey, Anomalistic is here. Good one. So now, bring these back. Yeah, I think that Gretsch one is just the nicest one for drum and bass, in my opinion. The other ones could work too, but they need a bit more work. I think this one just sounds good right at the bat. Just needs a bit of transient shaping here and there. I could also try using this one. And right now we're hearing these two as well, by the way. That's what it actually sounds like. Yeah, I mean, the low end, I'm not too worried about that, because it will probably, you know, be resampled and then chopped up maybe, and probably the low end from this break is not even going to be used in the final drums, because that will be replaced with a more digital kick. But the high end and the mids of this kick drum will just be layered on top of that one to give it some character. So that's not something that I'm too concerned about right now. Do you ever resample your break at a slower 70 speed, then repitch fast again? I guess sometimes yes. Sometimes it sounds cool. Like, as well, if you're making, like, a drum and bass break, that's usually because the tempo is quick in drum and bass, the drums tend to be slightly higher pitched than on a slower tempo. And then, when you take, for instance, a drum and bass break, and then, slow that down to, let's say, 140-ish beats per minute, and then use and then basically don't do any stretching, just let it pitch itself, right? Just let it pitch itself into the new tempo so that it actually gets lower in pitch and it doesn't destroy the transients and all of that. A lot of times drum and bass breaks slow down to 140, 130, something like that, are ridiculously good breakbeat breaks. It's because the pattern is the exact same. It's just, and they usually, I find a lot of times when I pitch stuff down that I like the sound more of it than when I pitch things up. Just, I don't know. You have a hard time EQing on addictive drums. The EQ is very subtle. That's the issue. The EQ is very subtle. And because there's EQs happening in various places, you might, like what I was doing just now. I was EQing, but I didn't really hear a lot of the mids being removed from the kick drum as I thought it would. Like, I'm removing almost all of the mids, but I still hear a lot of the mids in the kick. But that's also coming from this channel and from this channel that are not EQ'd right now. So those are the overheads and the room mics. So those are actually also still, I still need to EQ those. So when I EQ those, you will definitely hear that that it really starts, you know, doing something. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're just experimenting right now. And the EQs are just weird in general. Like, just look at it. Like, it does really weird things in between. Like, like the point is here, but the line is actually above the point now. Like, it doesn't make sense. And then you move it down like a millimeter, and then Boink. What? Like, it's a really weird EQ. I agree with that, though. It just behaves different than what you would expect it to do. But, I mean, I'm fine with that. Yeah, you can route things to separate channels. Right here at the bottom, see these arrows right here? If you click that, you get separate outputs. So I can just create separate outputs for every channel that I need by doing that. So if I just want to have the kick drum, I can do separate out pre-fader or post-fader, or post-fader plus master, so you can even put like effects on the master here and then have it run through that. Or you can make it bypass the master and do the mastering yourself outside of Addictive Drums. And then if you do this, so let's do separate out post-fader, then now I should be able to create an audio track here and make the input Addictive Drums kick right here. Oh, it actually already shows me all the different ones. Not sure if I actually have to do. I do think I need to do the separate out, but then it actually comes up here, so I can just select that. And now the kick drum should be coming in here. See? And you can do that for the overheads as well, and the room and the bus, basically every channel. I'm not going to do that though, I'm just going to keep it all in Addictive Drums for now, and then I'll probably sample the break. But yeah, you can definitely do that. It's something I always do when I'm actually sitting down making breaks and just actually, you know, make some breaks that I want to use later in different tracks, for instance. Or let's say I'm just making sample back breaks, then I always do that so that I can basically set up an entire template for myself where everything is mapped out to separate outputs, and I can just process all the different layers individually in Ableton and just make a whole bunch of breaks for like a sample pack or something, you know. Very handy for that, but it's also like if you do like actual stuff for, like, I don't know, maybe a band or something, and I don't know, the drummer was sick with the recording session, and you need to make, I don't know, some drums with Addictive Drums for the record, or I don't know, the drummer is just a sloppy drummer and you want to make it more tight sounding drums, then yeah, you could do that, and you can do separate outputs and really approach it like you're actually mixing the different microphones from, you know, like a live recording session. So yeah, it's pretty nice for that. Will a digital kick be used as a punch, and this will be just a transient? How I describe it most of the time is the digital kick is usually the one that's gonna give it the weight and the power. And the acoustic kick drum is more there for like character, if you get what I mean. So that's more usually what you would end up doing is high pass the original acoustic kick drum, so you only get like the higher frequencies from it and the little bit of noise that happens on top of it, and that is then layered in with the original digital kick, for instance. But it all depends, right? Sometimes leaving the low end in the acoustic kick drum layers really nicely with the digital kick drum. Sometimes they fight for space with each other. It all depends on what you're doing and what happens, and honestly I can't tell right now what's gonna happen. That's literally just, we'll have to do it and see what happens, basically. So Addictive Drums has been out for a really long time though. I'm not sure what the original price is, but it's a really good plugin though. It has so many, like the all the different kits you can get for it. There's so many good ones. I'm really in love with the funk kits though. The funk kits are great, especially for drum and bass, because they're much tighter and they have a bit more of an aggressive sound. And just in general, they usually are quite punchy. Those kits, the funk kits, like. For instance, if you compare it to the jazz kits, right? There's also, for instance, a jazz kit that's played with brushes. That's not going to sound as tight and snappy as a funk kit would sound like. So, for drum and bass, I think the funk kits are really good, and the Fairfax kits are also really good. I guess the metal ones can be used as well. Like, there's so many kits for this, like Modern Soul. I think the metal, the Black Velvet, that one is also pretty good for drum and bass. But like, there's also things like where is it? The Modern Jazz brushes. See, that one is just, it's not really gonna work for drum and bass most of the time, because it's a way softer sound. You could probably process them and make them work for drum and bass, but it's not gonna be easy, right? Anyways, let's see what we can do with this. Because right now it sounds like shit. But we'll get there. I need a drink. Where's my drink? There we go. See, I don't really like what that does on the kick, not that much though, but what I could do, for instance, that's something you cannot do with a real drum kit, is I can say I don't want this going to the room. So now we are not getting the room sound from the kick, but we are getting the room sound from the snare drum, which is something that's completely impossible on a real drum kit. Like, there's no way that you're gonna play on a drum kit and have the room mics not pick up the kick drum, but do pick up everything else. There's just no way that you're gonna do that. So this is interesting though, because it does allow for some interesting things, and for when you're making like drum and bass breaks, you're already not really caring too much about what is realistic, right? Let's be honest. Most of the times you're gonna have drums that, for instance, are exactly the same for every hit, which I haven't done, by the way, yet. So that might be something to do, good to do as well. Enabling this one, no alts. If you click that, it basically means that we now don't get any round robin samples. So every time we hit a note, it is gonna play the exact same sample depending on what velocity that note is. And by default, with this turned off, it actually gives a little bit of random velocity to the notes that you're feeding into it, so that every now and then it picks a slightly different sample depending on what velocity is incoming, and because that velocity is slightly randomized, it also gives slightly different samples every now and then. So if you don't want that, so for instance if you're making drum and bass breaks which need to be more consistent and static and more controlled, then enabling that is actually pretty smart to do. Most often I do that on the kick and snare, and I don't do it on the hi-hats, because on the hi-hats I do kind of like it when there's a little bit of, you know, variety happening every now and then. But on the kick and snare, because they're the backbone of the beat, it's like, you know, they need to be consistent. So I like to do that on addictive drums when I'm making breaks. We could try out what the tube sounds on the kick drum, by the way. Not a big fan of that one. Let's try the crunch. That actually sounds pretty alright. So now we have the room, which basically is only the snare then. Oh, and the hats, of course. Let's EQ that one. Now, if I want to make the kick and snare feel a little bit tighter and more powerful, what you can do is you have this bus right here. So if you click on bus, you might see that. So if I click on bus, see these extra things that appear above every channel? Those are the sends, which send into the bus. So if I want to send the kick drum into the bus, I can do this. And now the kick drum is going to be coming in here. So if I solo this now, we're just getting the kick again. I could, for instance, now do this. Take this, and let's say, I could EQ it, but what I am gonna do is turn on the transient shaper. I wished I could make it even shorter. That would be great. I don't think we can though. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Yeah, I don't think we can make it even shorter, but that's probably fine. So just do this. And we could do the same thing for the snare drum. So I can take the snare and run it into that as well. So we're basically just getting a shorter version of the two. And then we can mix that back in. It just adds a little bit more punch to the transients of the drums and makes the first initial part of the drums a little bit snappier, because these are pretty short because the sustain is all the way down on the transient shaper. So it really helps to kind of give some more power to your drums. And I can, like, if I mute this one, you'll hear it. It's very subtle though, but pay close attention to how powerful the drum sounds. Like, it might be easier to hear without the OTT rack. See? Really adds something to it. Now I think that's a bit too much, so I'm just gonna back it down a little bit. So that already sounds like a pretty decent break though. Let's see what that sounds like in the mix. Let's also take the sidechain, so that I can sidechain that to the kick drum that is in the intro already. Let's see if we can use it this way. Might have to tweak it a little bit more, but... So you have two kick and two snares layered. No, it's the exact same kick drum. It's the exact same kick drum. See, what is happening here is it's basically just taking this kick drum that is on this channel, so just this kick drum, and it's sending that directly to the bus right here. And it's doing the same for the snare drum. It's taking that snare drum and sending it to the bus. So these two kick and snares are basically now duplicated, because they still run through the master track. They're only now duplicated on the bus as well. So this bus is basically sort of like how you would use a return track in Ableton, for instance, or a send track or an insert. No, not an insert. How you would use a send track or a return track, depending on how you want to use it, or how you want to call it. That's what I should say. And it basically makes a duplicate of that, and then by putting a transient shaper on that, making those really short, and then mixing that back in, that's how we can, you know, make the drums feel more powerful, because it's basically just adding a very short version of the kick and snare to the same kick and snare, basically, if you get what I mean. So it's taking a very short part of those two kick and snares, and then it just blends that in to make those initial parts feel a little bit louder. It's done very often. If you're working on drums and you want to make your snare drum punch just a little bit harder, just duplicate your snare, make it really short so that you only get the first initial transient part, and then mix that in at like a lower volume with your main snare. And you'll hear that because it's the exact same snare, it's just gonna layer on top of the snare you have and just increase its volume in that section. So it's basically the same thing as just taking a little volume automation at the start of your snare and just making it go a little bit up at the start of your snare and then going down right away. That's basically the exact same thing. So you're just doing it in a different way. Yeah, you're basically just taking the punchy part from the kick and snare, and you're adding a little bit more of that to the original kick and snare. And that makes it more punchy, obviously. So a bit too compressed right now. Let's back this time up a little bit, that we get more of a snappier sound as well. Okay, might be slamming this into this limiter a bit too much now. Yeah. Okay, that's actually good. Might even just leave it without the digital kick in the intro, to be honest. that's better. Let's see what happens if we put a transient shaper on top of this here. Tighten it up a little bit more. I guess we can tighten it up in addictive drums as well. We could do... don't really like what that's doing. Because it also applies it to the hats, which I don't really like. There we go, that's better. That's definitely better. So the snare is hitting on B, which is good, because the how do you say it? The track is in E, so B is a perfect fifth above E. Now maybe I want to add a little bit of that snare buzz, which adds a little bit of buzz to the kick as well. So if you listen to this, if you bring this all the way up, you're basically getting the buzz of the string that's underneath the skin of the snare drum. And when you... Because the snare drum is usually right next to the bass drum of a drum kit, when you hit the bass drum really hard, it will actually vibrate the string underneath the skin of the snare drum as well. So in a realistic setting, what you would get is you would get a little bit of buzz from the snare drum on top of your kick drum. So that is what this is doing. So by bringing this all the way down, you don't get any of that buzz. But sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of buzz from the snare drum on the kick as well. It's pretty subtle, but let's just do a little bit. Super tight. We'll leave it a little bit longer. Now the kick drum pattern is actually different, right? It's actually doing that, I think. Yeah. Okay, that sounds pretty alright. Get rid of this one. Make a new audio track. Let's mute that one for now, the sidechain. Let's freeze this track real quick. We have it on its own track. Let's see if we can do something with that. So I can just unfreeze this and take that sidechain and drop it on here. Now, of course it hasn't found all the warp markers correctly. What I'm gonna do is just loop this section and do the warp markers myself real quick. Or the transient markers, I should say, that's how they're actually called. One right here. One right here. This one is a little bit early. Let's make them right there. That one is too late. Then it's missing this one. Yeah, okay, good. Now it should work. Because what I can do then... Let's say we want to make some intro drums for like the first part of the track. So like, I don't know, maybe filter them in or something. I could take these and pitch them around. So could start with +12 in beats mode. And then make them nice and short and snappy. Let's see what we get. Or leave them at the original pitch, that sometimes also sound nice. Pitch it up. I don't know, 7. The shortcut is when you are... Just place your selector somewhere and then just hit Ctrl-Shift-I. And then you get a little transient marker there. I think it's too high. Kinda works. I'm already using sidechaining here. I have a sidechain trigger for my kick drum and my snare drum, which we don't have yet, so... I'm also gonna freeze this pad real quick, because I'm getting annoyed with that long release tail that happens after it. And as well, when it loops, you can hear that it goes to that really high pitch kind of resonance thing. That is because it jumps from automation positions at this end of the pad to the automation positions that are on this end of the pad. And those are not the same, so it creates that weird kind of thing. So if I do this, now it should not do that. Yes, that's better. To automatically put the time selection on the start of a transient. What? No. Oh no, I am just clicking in the file. Like, I just do this, and I just click somewhere. And because I'm clicking right here, it snaps to the grid, basically. And because these sounds are all perfectly on the grid, that's how I arrange them, it just automatically puts it at the right spot. And then you just do a Control-Shift-I. If I want to have, if I want to put them somewhere in between grid lines, I can hold Alt before I click. And then I can put them off-grid. So I can do this anywhere I want, and I can even make my own. Like, this is something that's really cool as well. Like, I can show you something that's pretty fun. Let's make a new audio track. Let's drag this one into that audio track. So that's the resampled version of that pad. I can... It has already found some markers probably somewhere. Yeah, see here, there's a marker. If I double click that, it creates a warp marker. But I don't want that. I'm just gonna not even care about those markers. I can set this to beats mode. And you can, well, first of all, let's remove all the transient markers that it has created. Just select them all, hit delete. So now they're all gone. There's one more right here. Delete. With this set to beats mode, I can set it to one-shot beats mode and shorten that. And now everywhere I create a warp marker, so if I just do this, and I think Control-I, yeah, Control-I is the warp marker and Control-Shift-I is a transient marker. So let's say I put a couple of those markers right here. Let me just do, let me just do 4 bars, because that is the exact, wait, I can do this quicker. 1 bar, no, 1 beat. Control-I, right arrow, no, fuck. I thought that would work. It doesn't. Okay, we'll do this. I wish there was an option that would just be right click, add warp marker to every beat, or something like that. That would be even better. But we did it. We made it through a full 4 bars. So I can loop these 4 bars. And now, because I'm using the one-shot beats mode, and I've shortened them, everywhere where there's a transient marker, we're gonna get sort of like a sound, but now it's going to be gated. See? And that is something I love so much in Ableton, that you get these things. So now, let's say we want to make a pattern out of it. something. I don't know. I'm just doing them randomly at this point. I mean, that's pretty fun. So you can really use the warp markers in pretty clever ways as well. You can set this to 16s on beats mode. Turn it into 16-note plucks. So it's quite fun. I mean, now we should probably continue with this one, right? I guess we can make it weirder. You know what? Let's do this, but now let's do it properly. Let's get rid of this one. Let's first change up this one, so that it becomes a bit different from what it was. Because otherwise the plucks are going to sound too different, too similar to the pad. So let's do a reverb. Let's take that spectral resonator again. Let's see if we can make a sort of like a nice extra layer for the intro, maybe from this one. So I'm gonna tune that. Let's set it to something. So we could do G, then it's going to be a minor. Am I saying that correctly? Yeah, a minor third. So weird. Such a weird effect. I'm probably gonna do the wonder mode. Let's add some unison. Sure, plus 12. Let's see what we're gonna do. Are we gonna do E? Let's use E. It's so good for rises as well. Or making inharmonic sounds. Because it doesn't change the original fundamental frequency, it only shifts the upper harmonics, but it leaves the fundamental frequency alone. That one is just, it just stays on its regular pitch. The other harmonics though, those are all being shifted around, so it creates a really interesting sound. See, this harmonic is just gonna stay at whatever pitch we set this to. But all the upper ones are just moving around. And we can remove some of the upper ones if it gets too harsh. I kinda like it. I actually quite liked it at the lower one. E1 maybe. Let's see if we can use this. Do we want to pitch it as well? I don't think so. I think I'm just gonna leave it. So let's take that, and then let's, I guess let's just freeze and flatten that one. I mean, it's different enough from what we had, I think. So now I can do the same thing here. Ah, damn it. Is there really no way to add transient markers to every single beat? I don't think there is. Oh wow, there's not a single transient marker. Amazing. That's a first. Yeah, I'm just gonna gate this. Fuck doing it this way. I'm just gonna gate it myself. Maybe even not. Maybe just used as a layer. Let's see. That is our other pad. Oh wait, I froze it because I wanted to get rid of the till, right? Think so, yeah. Let's freeze it again. And I can delete this, so it's not gonna have a till there. Now let's see if we can use this one as well, and sort of like blend it in maybe. But let's try out what it sounds like if we gate this thing in an interesting way. Yo. Why is it doing that? Okay, shift does that. I wanted to snap to the grid. Okay, that's alt. Nah, not really digging this layer. Let's just get rid of it. Fuck it. Goodbye. We need some toms, I think. Let's go back in here. Let's put some toms on here. Why is it doing the small one on everyone? God damn it. Which one is the big one? 4. Okay, 4 is the biggest one. So that should be that size. This one should be that size. And this one should be that size. So if I now switch, is it actually that size still? No, it jumps back to that one. That's annoying. Okay, well, we'll figure out which one we're gonna use then. That's a different one. Probably use 3 and 2. Or 3 and 4. Where are the toms? Sound like shit right now, but we have to fix them. So, which ones are it now that I'm using? Oh, just 2. Okay. So that's the highest one. That's the other one. Then we get that one. And down that one. I'm just gonna do those 2. And then we need to find the good ones. Now we should have 3 and 2. Yeah, nice. That's better. Which one are we gonna use? because there's quite a few different toms in here. Oh, I should take this one. That one sounds pretty alright. That one is definitely better than that one. Nah. I also like the Pearl one. Let's use that one. So let's just set them all to the Pearl reference tom. And I need to shorten them a lot because they're really long right now. That might be better. Yeah, that's better. Doing the kick drum last. Like, these are so subtle. Like, this EQ is really subtle. I don't know what it is, but like a lot of times you can cut whatever you want and you almost don't hear change. See, there is a change, but it's just very subtle. that'll do for now. Might have to be tweaked, but... have to shorten those other toms as well. If I want to use those later in the track, then I can't have them that long. Wait, that's the smallest one. I need the biggest one. The big boy tom. That's the one we need. See if we can... So now I can also play around with the pitch of these toms. Oh wait, let's do this one as well. Even though we're not using it. Just make it short. But we can also play around with the pitch. So... yeah, could work. I still feel like we need something extra here though, but might be able to figure that out later. Let's get rid of these little bits at the end. And let's get rid of that last hat as well. Bam. Yeah, so what are we gonna do? Could try going into a drop after it right away. A little bit of a shorter intro then. 32 bar intro. Could do that. Don't really do that often. Not entirely happy with the drums yet though, but I'm not sure if I want to do that vibe, but we'll see. At least I made a good break that I can use at some point. That's one thing that's for sure. Without sidechain, that break will definitely work. One thing though. I think we're gonna replace that kick drum with a snare. That means we're gonna do that here as well. Great thing you can now do. Holy shit, this is so great. We were never able to do this. Delete that one. But look, it has now also changed in this one. And all the looped versions. Okay, except these. But just being able to select all of them at once like that. Oh boy. I love Ableton 11 for that. It's such a good thing. You would never be able to do that, be able to edit 2 tracks at a time. It's like, oh, you would have to switch between the two and stuff. Now you can just do it at once, which is really great. I think it would be better if we just have a snare drum in that spot. So I can also play around with that digital kick drum. I made a whole bunch of kick drums with kick 2. So basically just a lot of similar ones actually, but they're all slightly different. It's quite handy because then I can just take one and just those are pretty find a different sword like one. That one actually works pretty well. Gonna need to do a lot more to it, add more layers as well. Let's see. What kind of a bass are we gonna do? Vital is great, yeah. Vital is absolutely phenomenal. How do I make the interface blue? By using my own Ableton Live skin, which is available on my Patreon, and the link to my Patreon is in the chat. And if not, I'll drop it in the chat for you. So if you want to get that, it's on my Patreon, and including a whole bunch of other things. Like, there's also presets that I have here. See, like these presets for Vital are all on my Patreon as well. and there's some more stuff. The presets from my sound design tutorials are on there, and I'm gonna be putting more stuff on there as well. Like I'm making other stuff that it's gonna be released there soon. So yeah, if you want to get that, then go there. Let's just leave that like that. Yeah, am I in... I could be in Phrygian or minor, it doesn't matter. So let's just go with Phrygian then, so that we get that one semitone. Yeah, so that we get that kind of a thing that we can do that. Dun 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 dun. I think that could be a good sort of like rhythm, I think. With like the sub. Let's see. We can do with that. Like the sub right now is all over the place because we have a random phase here, so we might wanna... I can make it mono. Like now it is the same for every note, but I do kinda like it when it's a little bit wider. Well, it's not wider, but it doesn't start at the same position. But actually, with the spread all the way down, the bass feels a lot more consistent. Like, I'm gonna add a separate sub though, but like, I mean, the bass of the, let's say the low mids, which is technically a little bit of bass, I guess, as well. It adds a bit of weight to the sub, right? And that feels a bit more consistent when the spread is all the way down, which is now it should be mono. Yeah, it is mono. So what are we gonna do on top of that? I mean, I can just leave this as like a sound, and then, you know, layer something on top of it with other stuff. Not sure if this actually needed to do this. If you want to turn the compressor off, but I'm not sure. If you maybe you can just do that. Don't know, but I don't think so, because technically what this is upward compression. So everything above this threshold is being brought up. That's what the upward compression is doing. So I think we also have to adjust this so that it's not sort of like doing anything. So basically right where it changes color, that's basically the ratio. So now it should be just a single band compressor that we can use to sort of like control how loud it gets. And really squash that, for instance. And then we can boost the volume again. Whoa, okay, that's not what I wanted. Like, it has a lot of sub right now, but maybe if we do this one. Fucking hell. Like maybe just even. I mean, this is mostly the sub bass, I guess. Although I do kind of like the grid that sits on top of it, to be honest. Let's see if we can use this. FM on this. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it is different every time it triggers. Let's see. Like, I don't mind those parts at the end, that's not done yet, but I'm just looking for nice sounding bass groove, and I think this, actually, the groove itself is fine, it's just that the sound itself needs a bit of work maybe, but... Yeah, it looks like it's almost re-triggering properly. I think Vital just doesn't re-trigger properly, like, entirely. It somehow always seems to drift a little bit, which is a little annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. Now, let's see, we need some more stuff happening in the drums, that's for sure. I feel like at least like a good static hat that is just probably just a sample, just a one-shot sample. Let's see what I have. Hats. Yeah, maybe. Just probably just hitting on 1/8. Probably just... Oh, that's not 1/8. Nah, different hat. Let's see. Okay, I'll bring you all entirely down. Actually, I'm kind of feeling like maybe I want to do different drums than that break. I'm gonna leave them in for now. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, when I'm writing a track, most of the time I go through a whole bunch of different ideas, and then eventually I'll just start, you know, figuring out what is gonna stay and what isn't. And the things that are not gonna stay are always bound to audio then, you know, before I really remove them, unless it's something that I just really don't like. But most of the time, when it's something like this that's been in my project for quite a while, then probably gonna be used someday. But I feel like maybe different drums would be better. That bass now sounds like absolute shit, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. I just feel like I want to do different drums. Something more modern. Like these breaks have a really... that break has a really old school kind of vibe, and that's really not the type of track that I wanted to write. I wanted to go... especially when I heard that pad, I was like, maybe something more modern sounding, which could be done with addictive drums as well. It was actually what I was gonna do, but then we started... then we got the disc break, and that actually sounded pretty cool too, but... not sure. Not sure. Let's see. Yeah, okay, let me just mute you for now. I'm just gonna make the drums first so that we have some good drums in the drop already, because otherwise it's gonna be quite hard to make a good bass line to it. At least I find when I don't have some good drums yet. Like for the intro, these drums are good enough, right? Like this is good enough for the intro. The intro, you don't need drums that absolutely smack you in the face. But as soon as the drop hits, you might want to have something that's a bit heavier and a bit powerful, or a bit more powerful, I mean. And when I don't have that, then what I get a lot of times is the moment I start working on a bass line, like everything that I do, I'm just gonna go like, not sure if I like this. And then next thing I try, not sure if I like this. But then most of the time, the groove in the bass might actually be really good. It's just that the drums absolutely suck for the drop. And I should just work on that first and do those, and then when I do like health time drums, nah, no, not health time drums. I want to make a drum and bass track today. That's for sure. I'm also gonna have to go through a whole bunch of projects because, yo, Particle Jim, are you here today? You should be here right now, mate. Oh, there he is. Holy shit. Talk about the devil. Oh. Mate has been, Particle Jim has been, setting me up for collabs today. First artifact. Art 1 fact, I guess. However you want to pronounce that. And then Stranger. So, yeah. Thanks, mate. I'll definitely get to that, man. I'll definitely get to it. Me and Stranger had already been saying it a while ago, to be honest. We had already been saying it. Same thing as with TC. TC and I have also been talking about either doing one of his drum and bass talks with me, or just making a track together, something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see at some point. You know how TC says it's a long game, it's a long process, and that's totally right. So sometimes, every now and then, when somebody like you comes in and just gives that push, you know, it helps. It helps. Because, yeah, a lot of times, you know how things go. Especially with collabs. Collabs are usually not really the thing that you would... that would be on, like, the first thing on your schedule, right? It's like, work on my own music, do this, work on my videos, do that, and then most of the time you just don't completely forget. It's not like I don't want to, but most of the time you just forget. Like, you just talk to somebody about it, and it's like, oh yeah, we should do that someday, and yeah, and then after that, just from both sides, it just complete silence, you know? And not because you don't want to, but just because you're busy with other things. So yeah, might have to get to it, because it would be cool, definitely. To be honest, I quite like that kick low pass. Might actually leave it low pass and just add some high end on top of it, because it actually sounds quite nice. The high end on top of this kick, I think, sounds a little weird. Maybe that's because of this hiss. Let's check. That's totally it. That's totally it. And then in the intro, probably still low pass it, but just use an auto filter. Just do something like this. And then just automate this, I guess. Oh yeah, wait. I can just do this. Okay. I wanna maybe a high-pitched snare in this intro part. Snare. We need a snare. Een snaar. Let's try that one. Conveniently called Good D&B Snare 2. What a name. No clue what the pitch is, but let's start with pitching it up 12 semitones. Let's put a little note in here. Could try that pattern. Could go for a pattern like that. We could do something cool. What is the pitch of this? G, that's a minor third. That works with skill. Yeah, I guess that's just what we need. And then more percussion coming up as well. But first... Yeah, that sounds like shit. See, because I'm pitching this snare up an octave, what I'm doing here is I'm basically decreasing the really upper high frequencies at like 20,000 hertz. Or what is it, 18? Oh no, it's 22. 22. So just decreasing everything there and then boosting everything sort of like a little before it. Because when you're pitching something up a full octave, it's basically pushing all of those harmonics a full octave up. Right? So all of those frequencies which were already there before I pitched up the snare in this area are now going to be even higher pitched. And they're really just going to be really ear-piercing noise. So I'm decreasing that a little bit and then boosting again a little bit around it here before it. Sort of like 8 to 10,000 hertz. Which is then sort of like going to restore that, you know, balance in the high frequencies that every drum sound should have. You know, especially with snares for drum and bass, you're always going to have a bit of a noisy part at the end, most of the time at least. And you don't want to have that sitting at 22,000 hertz. That's just going to be, most adults are not even going to hear that anymore. So there's no point in having so much information there, so you better just decrease. You could even like low pass it a little bit at the end. That might even be better. Just like gently roll off the low end like this. I think for this this kind of a drum pattern that I have in mind though, or this kind of a style of drums, I think I do need a different kick though than this one, but I'll leave this one in for now. Maybe put a transient shaper on it to make it a bit shorter. Feels a bit, how do you say it? Not snappy enough, if you got what I mean. Should put this this here maybe, and put this one after it. Yeah, that definitely helped a bit. Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely put noise in my drums. Like every now and then. Ah, damn it, there's a fucking hair in my eye. Better than an eye in your hair, but still. Damn it. Ah, there we go. That should be it. Ah, that's so annoying. Ah, yeah, there we go. Nice. I'm still not used to the new categories in Ableton with the effects. Yeah, I do think I need a different kick. One that's a bit more clicky at the start as well. But this one has a bit of a, I don't know, I just don't like the tone of it. Okay, that one sounds completely like ass right now. Let's just mute all of the effects. Ooh, that one has a bit more. That's more like it. Like this actually does that as well. This hiss. It actually adds a little bit of noise to it too. You can change it to same as 10, but not sure how. What do you mean? What can you change? Huh? Where did that come from? But most of the time I actually do it manually. This one was actually muted as well. Most of the time I just do it by hand. That kick drum is definitely better, but I am gonna redo the EQ. Because it's a different kick, so I'm not sure. See, that just sounds way better than with that EQ. It doesn't really matter much what I do here, but just to make sure that we roll it off a little bit, so that it's not gonna clash too much with the sub. The layout of effects? In what? Not sure. Oh yeah, that's really destroying it at the moment. So like want to find a good middle ground, but don't want to destroy too much. Yeah, that actually works. Bring that one back. In the intro, it's really clean. Don't need this one. This one really rounds off that low end as well very nicely. That soft sine mode compared to the analog clip. It's subtle, but it's a really good mode, I think. I just really like it. Oh, he means the browser grouping of plugins in Ableton 11. Can you change that? Did they add it? Finally? I don't think you could change it. Group in folder. What? Oh shit! Mate, you just made my fucking day. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Oh yes. I was just not getting used to it. I've been using it this entire time, but okay, that's actually nice. I mean, the list is getting a little bit long, so I should probably get used to the categories, but for now I'll just stick to this, mate. This is way better. Thanks. That's good. I was already fucking bugged by it the entire time. I was just like, mate, every time, you know what I'm trying every time? Here, like, let me, here. Like, you know what happened every time? Every time I would be like this. You know, I would be somewhere and I'm like, oh, okay, I need an EQ. I would just go here and then I would try dragging the EQ and filters category into my track. And I'm like, huh? Why is it not working? And then, oh, wait. You know, it's just that extra step of opening the menu. It's so annoying. Like, I get it because the list is getting longer because they added more things now, but it's just an extra step. Like, at least give us a way to have more than one open, I guess. That would be great as well, because there's a couple of ones that I use a lot. Drive, Dynamics, and EQ. Like, those three I use all the time. So, it's just annoying, you know? You open this one and then... or can you do something like that? No. Holding Alt, no. Holding Shift, no. Holding Control. Oh, shit! Hold Control, and then you can open multiple folders at once. Nice! So that's also possible. But then if I go out here and come back... Oh, great. So if I open a folder, just make sure you hold Control. Because if I now don't hold Control and open this one... Yeah, see, it jumps back. So just make sure you hold Control when you're using this, and then you can open multiple folders at once. That's also good. But then at that point, you know, the only ooh. You know what they need to do? They need to make a list with them categorized like this, or give me an option to lock it like this. This is perfect. Now they're grouped in their category, but they're still in a list. That's way better. Like, I don't need to have to... I don't want to have to open additional folders. I would rather scroll. That's the issue, you know, that's the thing. Like, scrolling takes less time than opening folders and browsing through that, in my opinion. So, it's just another mouse click that's not needed. So, just remove this and just add like a little header above each section. Pitch and modulation, modulators, EQ. That would be great. That would be better, in my opinion. Better than this shit. Because now, it's good like this, you know, with them categorized, like all the modulators together, and the pitch and modulation stuff together, and the reverbs together. That's all great. This would be the best way, in my opinion. All the stuff for dynamics here together. That's perfect. But then if I, for some reason, now forget that I need to hold Control, and I just go like, oh yeah, let's open this one. Motherfuckers. You know? But I guess I'll just leave it like this. I mean, when they're all open, there's no reason to have to open any folders now anyway, so I can just leave it like this, right? If I open the amp. That's annoying. See, that's what I mean. They need to give me an option to lock it, because I don't want to have to hold control all the time as well. That's also annoying. So now if you open one of the presets, if you want to get to the presets, you also have to hold control. That's, again, quite annoying. You save them in collections. Yeah, I have my collection set up for other things. I've got collections for like samples and interesting stuff. Like I've basically got collections for drums, bass, atmosphere and synth stuff and all that. I've got a collection for vocals, and that's basically just all, you know. In here I go to one of these, like the bass is empty. Oh no, it's not. And there's all kinds of bass in here that I basically come across in my sample folders that I think of, like, oh, that could be good for the track, or oh, I could resample that maybe someday, or things that I made myself. See, there's all kinds of weird stuff. But yeah, that's what I use my collections for. Yeah, but they should just lock it. Give you an option to just right-click and lock the folders so that they stay open. And then just still give you the option to maybe open the different ones for like preset browsing, but then maybe if you then go out of the effects and then go back into it, it goes back down. Or just give you an option to lock them individually. That's also fine. So I can lock the groups individually, and then these ones are not locked, so that when I open one and then I open a different one, it actually closes the previous one. Because I would love it when it actually applies that to these with the preset browsing. That would be great. I don't need those to stay open, because as soon as I've loaded a preset and I open a different one, I don't need that other category anymore with the preset, so those can close back down, but the folders, those need to stay open. It's such a minor thing, but it pisses me off. It's annoying, and I need to fucking piss. I need to piss. Let's see. I don't have it bounced. Oh, maybe I do. I hope this is... Oh, yeah? Oh no. Okay, let me grab some music somewhere. I need to make more music for my breaks, because I'm always searching for music. I need to just make some stuff. Well, then it's that one again. That's the only one I know where it is. Is that 172? Yeah. 172. You'll hear that 174. I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this, because I need to piss, and I need to grab a new drink. I'll be back in just a little bit. Yeah, I think I can make the track better. I'm gonna stem this one out to basically the stems and then just bring those back into a new project file and then just start working from there, I guess. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in that, and there's a lot of stuff that I think is just basically good the way it is. I just think it needs, you know, maybe some extra sparkle here and there, some extra details to make it all a little bit better. And there's a couple of things I don't like, so... but those will be easier to be fixed when I just, you know, the project file is an absolute mess. There's stuff all over the place that is not being used, and there's like just a shitload of things that are bypassed, and then there's a long resampled files in the project file, and it's just a complete mess. So yeah, I'm just gonna stem it out because it sounds pretty good the way it is. Just gonna stem it out, except for like the mastering and all that. I'm gonna take that off, and then just bring those back into a new project file, and then just, you know, work from there, chop things up again, and make everything tighter, and, you know. Yeah, it's one of those project files, you know, where you've spent so much time on it, and then eventually you come to the conclusion that a whole bunch of things that you've added are fucking shit, you know, and then you remove them again, or then some other things get removed that you made really early on, and then you bring something else in from a different project, you know, that kind of thing. It was an absolute puzzle of a tune. And then the vocal as well, that I Want Your Soul vocal was actually a house vocal, like it was from a house sample pack, like an actual, like, you know, it was more of like an uplifting kind of, I want your soul, dun, 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 you know, that kind of shit, you know, the cheesy house music vocals from the sample packs, you know, that those sample packs that when you buy them, that you think like, oh yeah, the demo actually sounds pretty alright, I might be able to use that, and then you buy the vocal sample pack, and then there's one vocal one shot that says hey, and the rest of the loops are absolute fucking shit. Those sample packs. Well, I took one of those vocals, and there was a shitload of processing on that vocal, and that's also still in that project, so that entire resampling of that vocal, and it's just, I need to just get all the good bits out of it and just put those into a new file, so that I have a cleaner slate, and just make it easier to work with again, because it's just annoying. You can do a video about when I stop producing. I mean, it's just so annoying sometimes. That's why I always try and be a little bit more organized when I make a track, just right off the bat, because... But even then, you know, sometimes you just end up with a mess of a project file. It's just, sometimes you just have to do it, just stem things out. Okay, where were we? Okay. I also feel like we need something in the intro, something extra. I'm hearing something dun dun, and then at the end here, dun dun. Okay, that kick drum, I'm not liking what that loop is doing, so let's just get rid of that. Oh yes, that area. So what kind of a sound are we gonna do for that? Yeah, we could do detuned saws, or we could go... We have some pedal pulse width thing as well. Gonna be a different sound though, but I just need a good pattern first. It's kind of cool. That's also interesting. Can do some really cool stuff with this one. The pitch mode is also interesting. You can just pitch it. That's so weird. Like if you do this to one semitone. So weird. Yeah, not only on vocals, it's just in general really interesting. Then the reverse pitch as well. That one is pretty cool too. So weird. Pitch duck. I kinda like that ghost mode a lot. It's basically just a frequency shifter instead of a pitch shifter. Like, you can also see it on the EQ. Like, you can see it right here on this EQ, what it's doing. It's just going up. So, I don't know, I kind of like it, just being able to, I guess, we can automate that one. So that it starts like this and then just comes in a little bit over time. But I'm getting distracted again. I was making drums. See? I should be working on the drums. It needs to go up way more. I actually don't like this layer that much, but we need some good drums first, like I was saying earlier. Like, this is good. Don't think we need more than that hat in the first part. Maybe a little step or a little impact here, like sort of like same as this one, but then a little bit less big. Bum bum. Something like that or something, maybe. We'll see. But I want to focus on this first, and then the drums, and then this part here. Okay, I like that. Let's take one of these, drop it here. So we can change that, and I'm also going to let's just do another EQ after the saturation. A bit more of that 4K smack right there. Bit more of that, especially for the intro snare here. Oh, I'm actually suddenly getting a good idea for the kick drum. Oh, can I also do that for them both at the same time? So right here, you have the length. If I change the length to 2, ooh, it does it for both. Nice. Drop one here, and then drop one right here. Oh, that didn't work. Yo, it did work. Why am I not seeing it here? Oh, okay. I'll just move you over here. Yeah, that could work, but it's not entirely what I mean. Let's see. Oh, I need to do this, yes. Where? I guess that one. Okay. It sounds so shit right now. But we're getting somewhere, don't worry. We also need a vocal somewhere here. Where am I gonna cut out the drums? Let's see. Need to hear the entire thing to feel where that makes sense. Like, that's good. Ooh, I'm almost thinking here. That would be a pretty big gap. What kind of a vocal should we do? We need a word. Boys, give me a word. Sinister sounds right there. Sinister. Sinister. Not sure where, but cacophony, however you pronounce that. What does it even mean? I've heard that word before, but I don't know what it means. Polar flip, saucy. Yeah, I feel like we need something, an interesting vocal, but we can at least set up the patch first. And then we can play around with the actual word later by just replacing the text to wavetable, but let's just set up the patch so I can actually hear what we're doing. So how long is that vocal going to be? 1 beat, I think. We're just going to make a vocal with Vital. 1/4. Envelope mode. What? Does that say sinister? I don't hear it.
Sinister.
Ah! Oh!
Sinister.
It actually worked.
Sinister.
Sinister.
Sinister. Sinister. Sinister. Sinister. Sinister. Sinister.
It actually worked. Like for this sound, this is something I would not care about using OTT, you know? About something like this, that is going to be played mostly in solo, when there's not anything else layered on top of it. It doesn't matter what the phase of this sound is, because it's an accidental sound that only happens once or a couple of times in the track. That is a sound I wouldn't really matter if there's OTT on it and it flips the phase of all kinds of things around. But yeah, that's not what most people use it for. Right? So that was the whole point of my video as well. What does cacophony mean? Let me know. I need to know it now. Do I need to Google it? Now I wanna know. A harsh, discordant mixture of sounds. Ah! Okay, that's actually quite nice then. Let's see what that sounds like.
Cacophony. 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 Cacophony.
People be OTTing their drums and 10 OTTs on their main bass. Yeah, exactly. Like, now it's also the main thing, like what I see people do. Like, I see it quite often in live streams as well when I'm watching. I like watching live streams of other people because I just like watching how other people do their stuff, you know? So I'll just be watching some live stream and then at first you see them, you know, playing around with their sub bass and their kick drum and the correlation between the two and getting them to sit right with each other. And sometimes we even pull up the oscilloscope and actually look on it, or like what is that plugin called, Smexoscope, or any of those kind of things, and just look it up and see like, oh yeah, it looks good now. Or checking their sidechain and how the sidechain goes into the sub and making sure that they're actually aligned properly. And then the next thing you know, the next step they're going like, the bass needs to be more grittier. Proop, OTT, plup. Well, from that moment on, your sub bass and kick drum are going to be out of phase again. So, I mean, I'm not sure why you want to do that, if you get what I mean. Because you don't need it. You can get that same sort of like, well, unless that phase shift is the sound you're going for, which is the result of basically, it's basically an all-pass filter sound. That's basically what it is. So if that's the sound you're going for, then yes, I mean, I guess use it. But then I would probably grab Disperser, because Disperser does exactly that, but then without all the compression. So, you know, that was also my point. Like I said in the comments on that video of mine as well, like, very rarely would I need both an all-pass filter effect and heavy compression at the same time. Very rarely would I need that both at the same time. Most of the time I need either of the two, or most of the time I need heavy compression or stuff that brings a lot of, you know, high end up or stuff like that, which is just upwards compression and just in general heavy multiband compression. But I don't necessarily need that phase shift with it at all times. So yeah, that's kind of my issue with OTT. Is the phase thing supposed to happen? It's just, it has to do with how the band split is done, how the frequency split is done. It's basically done with filters, and those filters shift the phase around the crossover frequency. And that's how you create, you know, the individual bands, but that also throws off the phase. So I made a rack now myself, which is actually just, like...
Cacophony.
Like, okay, let's take that. Let's put my rack on that. I made a new rack called Artifacts Pro TT. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff here. Now...
Cacophony. Cacophony.
Okay.
Cacophony. Cacophony.
It's basically the exact same thing as what OTT does. Now, I don't think this is the best example because it's already super...
Cacophony.
sort of like distorted, and there is already OTT on it. So there isn't really much to squeeze more out of it. So if I take this off, it should make some more sense. Let's just put a bit of distortion on it then.
Cacophony. Cacophony. Cacophony.
Just do.
Cacophony. Cacophony.
Can you get louder?
Cacophony.
Why are you not getting louder? Oh, of course, because of this one. Let's boost the output volume here on my rack.
Cacophony.
Okay.
Cacophony. Cacophony. Cacophony.
How much OTT do I want on the low end? But only on the low end. Like, on the original OTT, you can only... That also doesn't make sense to me. Like, you can only control the global amount. But why not control how much OTT I'm getting on the low end? Or how much OTT I'm getting on the mid-range? And I know you can drag those bands around, but that's just annoying because it changes... It doesn't really alters the ratios of the compression. And that's exactly what the amount in the original multiband dynamics device is doing. Because a lot of people, when they think the multiband dynamics, let's bring it up here. The multiband dynamics. They think this is a dry wet, but it's not. It's called a mount. It's not called dry wet. No, it isn't called dry wet for a reason. Did I say that right? I don't know. It's called a mount for a reason. That's what I should say. That makes more sense. Because what it actually is doing is when you bring the amount down, is it decreases the ratio of the compressors so that you get less compression. It's not a dry wet, so even at 0, and then at 0%, that's when the compressors are when the ratios are at 1, so 1 to 1, so basically you don't get any compression. So that's what that amount is doing, so it's really just decreasing the ratios of all the compressors. So in my rack that I now made, there's basically 3 multiband dynamics in that rack. Yeah, exactly, this rack doesn't have the cons of the original OTT. I can show you. I can show you. Let's take Vital. Let's grab my noise base that I made in an earlier tutorial. And let me grab the Melda oscilloscope real quick. Right here. Okay, you don't need to see the noise base. It only matters what it looks like. And then let me grab OTT. Just Ableton. Ah, God damn it, see now I forget to hold control and now all the folders have closed again. Okay, I'm gonna just not group everything in folders. Fuck it. So we have OTT here. Let's turn it off for now. And let's grab my rack as well. And turn that off. So let me just quickly make a MIDI clip. We'll just do this. Make it full length and then just loop this. This is a really good sound to demonstrate this on because it has a very clear shape. And it has a lot of noise on top, which is also what that OTT normally reacts to. So, issue with OTT being, the moment you turn it on, it turns into that shape. And if we bring the amount all the way down so that we don't get any compression, see? That is that phase change. Everything is now out of whack. This rack, you can see, it also decreases the volume of everything, just like this, because the compression that is happening in this rack is the exact same compression that is happening with this. The only difference is the way how the frequencies are split. That's the only difference. And I'm gonna make a video about that, so don't worry, I'm not gonna show the inside of the rack right now because it's ridiculously complicated, but it's all set up with macros so that it will give all of you easy control. So now we have this, and if I just decrease the amounts so that we don't get any compression and we only get the frequency split. Oh, that's really loud. Let's decrease that a bit. Why is that so fucking loud? See, there's still a little bit of a phase change, but that phase change is very, very little compared to what this does. See, you need to look at what happens to the high end. Without OTT, the high end, let me decrease that a little bit. You can see here the high end sits around here. And with this OTT on, the high end has now been moved to here, while it should be right here. And if we now limit this again with, for instance, the mastering, these high frequencies are going to be clipped away, basically, so that noise is going to get less crispy as soon as you run it through a limiter, because it's basically being clipped or being compressed again. And if that noise would still be here, then you can limit it, but that noise is then not going to be limited, because this is where you have headroom. This is the part that's going to get limited, that's the loudest part. So you want that noise to remain here, just like where it was after the heavy saturation that happened in Vital. So this rack, see, the noise didn't move. We did change how it sounded a little bit, but the noise itself has remained in the same position. And that is the main thing that is so important. And you can play around with the crossover here, and you can get ridiculously close if you move the crossover on this particular sound to around 400 Hz. You can get ridiculously close to the original shape. So now we're doing a split, a frequency split that is not altering the phase of this particular sound too much. That's also why these two crossover macros are so important, because by altering those you can tweak the crossovers to whatever sound you put the ODT on. And that way you can minimize the phase shift, because it's gonna be different on every sound. It depends where in the sound and where in the frequency range there's a lot of stuff happening. So in this sound there's a pretty clear gap in that area around 400 Hz. So if I put the crossover in that area, the phase change is also gonna be very minimal. And that is something that is really important. So, and you can do that with the original OTT, but it's just painful. You gotta do it here, right? With those things right here. And as well with everything, like, you cannot control how much OTT you get per band. You cannot control, there's no input gain, or there is an output gain, of course, but there's no input gain. And input gain would also be very helpful, because then you can set up just your amounts right here with these. So you can set up the amounts with these, and then by boosting the input gain, you increase the amount of compression, or by decreasing the input gain, you decrease the amount of compression. So that is then again sort of like a global amount of compression, but then it's not done with the ratio I got. It's done slightly different, but yeah, it just depends. Like, you have to keep in mind, like, you could use OTT on a bass sound, for instance, but I would always recommend to do it before the distortion. Because when you want to, for instance, let's say you have a, generally speaking, when you have sort of like some mid-range sound and a sub-bass, if you distort those together, they start reacting with the distortion because of that low end of the sub, right? So that sort of like interaction, that sub will do something with the distortion and make it sound different, than when there's no sub. And that combined with the mid-range most of the time gives a lot of interesting results, and especially with high frequencies as well. And if you then distort them together or saturate them together quite a bit, then usually what happens is that the mid frequencies and the noise start to sort of like get moved to certain areas of the waveform. Because I can show you on this Vital without the distortion. So if I take this distortion off, or just bring the mix all the way down, then on the oscilloscope you can see that the noise is sitting all around the waveform here. See? That noise is all over the waveform, but it's that distortion that's pushing it into a certain spot. Because that distortion, that fundamental sine wave is being clipped into the distortion, and eventually that noise disappears along the top, and it's being pushed into these parts of the waveform, and that makes it sound so crispy. That makes it sound so gritty. That's where the crisp in the high end is coming from, because there's actual gaps in the noise that's in the waveform. So you don't want to lose that. You don't want to move that noise to a different spot, especially not to the position where it's moved to with the original OTT preset, because it's moved to here. Now, if I now would limit this again, for instance, let's say, just for example purposes, let's say this is a full track, and this is the final master limiter that's now being put on it, and this is being boosted with a bunch of dB, so that we get a nice full loud track that's you know, compatible with everything that's out on YouTube and everything that's being released on other labels. See what happens? That noise is now being completely destroyed because it's in the position of the waveform where the volume is already at its loudest. Whereas if that noise would be in the position where it is with my rack, it sounds way cleaner still. So that's why it's so important, why that phase shift is such a bad thing that happens with the original OTT. And that happens with, quite honestly, a lot of multiband tools. But luckily there are multiband tools that allow you to change the crossover frequencies, like Isotope Trash does, for instance. But the original OTT, for instance, from Extra Records, does not allow you to change the frequencies where the crossovers are of the bands. The multiband compressor in Serum also doesn't allow you to change the crossover frequencies. The one in Vital also doesn't give you that option, and that is such a fundamental option to minimize how much phase shift you're getting. And sometimes, you know, sometimes that phase shift can actually be good. You know, if, for instance, your sub bass is already out of phase with your kick drum, you can use that phase change by tweaking the crossover frequency to make your sub in phase, for instance, or make your kick in phase to the sub. It's just... But you need that control to be able to do that. And just in general, I wanted to make a good rack that's just right off the bat doesn't do that, you know. But I had to do the frequency split in a different way. It's not done with just filters alone. It is actually done with filters, but the filters are not applied to the bends itself, which you might think, huh? The filters are actually on a different chain than the bends that you hear. So the filters that are filtering the sound are not affecting the phase of the original bands, of the original audio. I'm actually doing the opposite of what you should be doing. So if I need a low pass, then I do a high pass, basically. And then I invert the phase, so I cancel it out with the main layer that comes into the rack. And then that together, it creates the frequency split. And that way it doesn't alter the phase as much. But I'm going to be doing a full video on it and actually showing it, and maybe even making the rack from scratch in that video, I don't know. Yeah, these basses are really easy to make. It's literally just noise. Some kind of noise, doesn't matter what kind of noise. You can actually be really, really creative with what kind of noise you're going to put into that. And then just a sub bass with some distortion, and this right here, all of this is really just to taste. Like, this distortion is the only important thing. But like, you could use OTT in this instance. Like, right now I'm using a single band compressor, but let's say I wasn't using that. So now it might be really loud, so let's just back this down real quick. It's not that bad. I could use OTT in this, but then I would recommend it to do that in front of the distortion. So remember, before the distortion, that noise is still everywhere along the waveform. So if I do the multiband compressor before the distortion, it is still going to shift the low end as well. So the low fundamental frequency is also going to be shifted to a different position. So definitely be careful with that. You can't see it on this oscilloscope right here because it's just a single cycle. But if you would be able to see it, for instance, on a recorded version, you would see that the phase is actually shifted. But the high end is also shifted, of course, but it's still everywhere. So now it's just shifted, but it's everywhere it's shifted, so there's still noise everywhere. And then it's compressed, so now we would still get a similar result. Oh, maybe not. Maybe because there's a very big amount of stuff happening here. Yeah, that's better. That's more like it. See? If you do it in front of the distortion, you can kind of get away with it. Because that noise is still going to be there in that position, because that distortion is the part which pushes it into certain parts of the waveform. So if you do it before it, you can kind of get away with it, but still, it's going to alter the phase a lot of everything, so still kind of annoying, because you don't need it. So yeah. That original bass is actually quite nice. Quite like it there as well. See, I can move this around, but that high end is just going to stay in the same position, even though I'm changing that crossover. What I'm really affecting is the shape of the fundamental frequency. That's what I'm affecting, but the high end is not moving around like it does with the original OTT, and that is what I think is so important. Because most of the time when you're adding this, you've already distorted the sound, you know. OTT is usually added afterwards when people start putting effects on their sound. And they've probably already distorted it a couple of times at that point. And then, you know, at that point, I wouldn't really recommend such a phase shift. We're getting distracted, but hey, this is so fun. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing with adding multiple OTTs is just that you're getting that disperser effect stacked on top of each other, you know? Which is cool if that's what you like, I guess. But you could just take a couple of EQ8s and do the same thing. Or EQ3s. Just take EQ3 and just duplicate that a whole bunch of times. And you're gonna get the same thing. See? You're also gonna get a disperser effect. That's the exact same thing as what happens with the frequency splits in OTT. But then really exaggerated. I mean, it's funny sometimes for sound design, you know, because when you're sound designing, for instance, and you're pushing things through really heavy multiband compression, just looking for those little artifacts in the tails of sounds that are brought up because of it, then, you know, most of the times those sounds will either then still be distorted with a sub bass, or they will be layered somewhere in the track, and then it's not really that big of a deal if the phase is shifted or anything, because you're probably not going to use the low end of those sounds anyway, you know. It's probably going to be a layer on top of a whole bunch of other things, right? But if it's like a main sound that you're going to use as your main sound, and you've already spent time designing that sound, then honestly, I wouldn't really do it. But yeah, that's true. It's a very brute force way of doing it. Yeah, I guess. The main thing I also like about this rack is that I made a soft clipper at the end, so you can push. You can really push it into that soft clipper. Which is kind of nice. See, it is also a good example. If you have a bass like this, you probably don't want any OTT compression happening on the low frequencies. So, with the original OTT, there's not really that easy. Well, I guess you can do it. I guess you can do it. If you have the preset here, then you can do that. Yes, you can do that. So then there's nothing happening on the low end. But it also turns off the gain, which is kind of annoying, you know? So, yeah, it's, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. Goodbye. This one is just way better. There's not really much here in the mid-range happening though, so this mid one is not really doing much. Because this sound is mostly low frequencies and high frequencies. See, it decreases the amount of high frequencies because they're getting compressed. And that way you can bring them back. So now they're much more compressed than before, but hey, it's fucking noise, so there's not really much to compress. It actually sounds cleaner like this. Yeah. Just push it so hard it goes back into a square. Yeah, almost. I think you need a hard clipper for that. Because you can see with soft clipper, if we push it really hard, you can see what happens at the edges. See? It doesn't become a pure square wave. It kind of becomes a weird rounded square. Yeah, it's quite fun. I wonder if we can move the high frequencies around with the other crossover. Nope. High frequencies just stay at the right position, so that's good. Boltman wave.
Cacophony.
Oh, should we do it? Should we do it?
Cacophony.
Beautiful. Time for a new drink. Holy shit. My chair almost broke. Did you hear that?
Cacophony.
We're getting somewhere. I think I'm gonna use a bass like that. That's gonna be nice. At least use some kind of a bass like this, but maybe I'll make a different one. You know, that has a similar tone, similar kind of vibe, but I don't know, just different one. Because I've already used this one in a different project I'm working on as well, and there's so many of these basses that you can make by just putting different types of noise in there. Yo, Iceborg, thanks a lot. That's really nice, thanks. The voice sounds so cheesy, it's perfect. I think it needs to be a little different, but...
Cacophony. 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 Cacophony.
Mm. Mm, 1/4 dotted. That's not doing much, of course, because of this heavy compression. Actually.
Cacophony. 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 Cacophony.
That already worked way better. Where's the sidechain? Where's the sidechain at? No sidechain? Okay. Well, let's grab one then. Let's put you on this one. No, like you can do so many cool things with different noise. Like fuck it, we're gonna make we're gonna make a different one. Now I feel like it as well. Let's just group this. Put this one and the oscilloscope. Let's put that on there. Get rid of this. Let's make a new one. Here. Now I made a good wavetable as well, sub-oscillator, which is basically just going from a sine wave to a little bit of a weird rounded square. So like it introduces the, what is it? The second and, no, the third and the fourth harmonic, I guess. A little bit. And that is a nice one for sub, but most of the time for this kind of sound you'll leave it at a sine wave anyway, but we can try this. And let's turn this one on. And let's see, I made a noise pack as well, which is on my Patreon. Where is it? Here. Which has like different noise sounds. Like, fuck it, let's just try it out. Oh, it's 1 AM already, holy shit. Lost track of time. Doesn't care, doesn't matter. I'll just have to start getting a bit quieter. See, that, for instance, could be pretty interesting. Actually, just like it on the original page. Holy shit. And now it's also stereo, because this is stereo noise, of course. You want to make sure that the phase is always the same. See, that's the thing with vinyl. It's still not... We need to add a little gap in between. Yeah. That frequency right there is a little... So yeah, that one is quite interesting. Yeah, I do want to try some other ones. I like that one as well. Bees. Weird. Weird. This one has people in it, I think. You get some really... Yeah, you get some really interesting results. Right around there. But like right now I'm doing very heavy distortion in here, but I could as well. Quite like the sound of that as well, to be honest. I quite like this noise layer, to be quite honest. This is just some people in the near the bottom of the Chrysler building, and just a piece of that. It's basically what I just did is I went onto YouTube, and oh no, this is not from YouTube. These are from my collection. I have there used to be a website a really long time ago. I'm talking 15 years ago probably, and that's when I downloaded a lot of these files. I have like a huge folder somewhere here called. Let me switch to this one. I have a folder somewhere here called Foley and then Sound Transit. So right here, Sound Transit. This is a website, or it used to be a website. Maybe you can still find the website on the Wayback Machine, but the files will probably not be there anymore. But there was a website called Sound Transit. And it was a really simple website with just a map, basically, and some kind of a weird browser on the side, and sort of like a search thing. And all it was basically just people uploading field recordings that they had recorded to that website. Now, the only issue was that they were MP3, so they're not like wave quality noise. But still, like, they're great for just doing stuff like this. If you're just gonna resample the heck out of it, it's still good. And also to just add little bits and pieces of effects into your tracks. So I actually went through that website back then. I still remember how I did it. Is I wrote a script for my browser that actually went through all of the links on one page that were visible. And I made a script that would first scroll down all the way to the bottom and then grab all the individual links and download them one by one, and that's how I ended up having them. And the website is now out of it doesn't exist anymore, but it's really good. There's like basically all kinds of stuff. From all over the world. Bats doing echolocation. Convocation of crows. It's just all I have just so many of these files because this is a folder. Well, you can see it's just thousands of files from all over the world, and I'm so glad I downloaded all of those back then from that website by writing that script, because now the website is non-existent anymore, and I use these for almost every track. Just bits and pieces in the background. If I need some ambience, some noise on top of a pad, I'll just find something here. Here, for instance, Taipei Rain. So that's recorded in Taipei by Yannick Dauby. Well, there you've got some rain for on top of your pads or something, or if you're making a lo-fi track, I don't know. It's just, it's great. There's also a lot of stuff from like train stations and all that kind of stuff. Here, that's actually just a good noise sweep from a train. You got a good noise sweep. It's just not made with a synth. It's just the train itself. I think there's also stuff with Rotterdam. Oh yeah, there's some of Rotterdam as well. Rotterdam Thunderstorm. Nice. But yeah, it's such a good source of all kinds of stuff. Like literally all kinds of stuff. And I just made a couple of short clips from them because I can't make them too long if you're gonna put them into the sampler here. Especially because I also want to be able to share a pack of them through Discord as well. Because I have a Patreon channel for all the Patreon downloads on my Discord as well. So yeah, I just grabbed a couple of these and just took little bits of it. There's so many. There's things from Japan, I don't know. Oh, I actually think this is one of the ones I used. Yeah. It's the wind bell from Tokyo Station. And that's one of the ones that is in here. It's the wind bell probably. Yeah, the Tokyo wind bell. I love the groove of this one though, with the percussion sounds. What that one is, it's basically just this. See, so it's just some construction sounds, basically. Just noise from a generator with construction sounds. So somebody smashing something with a hammer. I don't know. That's what it is. And compress it or distort it with some sub bass, and suddenly we've got this. That's actually quite interesting. Needs to be distorted more though, I feel. But maybe I just want to put my rack on it. What? Oh. I was like, what? This one needs to be direct out. Oh yeah, of course. This one. I need to play around with this. See, the phase change is pretty heavy now. But I've also decreased the sub. Interesting. Yeah, it's all about tweaking things. It's all about tweaking things until you get that right sort of like amount between everything, basically. I know. Yeah, I wanna have a different one. I wanna have an interesting one. Let's mute this for now. Mute that, and let's try some stuff. The only downside is that they're all. I need to go through those WAV files and convert them all, or those MP3 files and convert them all to WAV, because Vital doesn't accept MP3 files. Or does it? Does it? Oh shit, yes. Okay. That's interesting. I'm not hearing anything though, so... Like, they almost all start with silence as well, so that's a little... Sure. Let's remove this. Let's just turn this on. Let's move this down. Which one was that? That one with the... That one. That one could be weird. Hey T-Mac, welcome. Yeah, we're just having some fun making some bass. But yeah, I think this kind of a snare and kind of a track would be better as well for this intro with that pad. I just like it more than this one. Like, that's a good break as well. I mean, I'm definitely gonna bounce that one to audio and use that maybe in a different track at some point, chop it up, and I don't know. But you know, just for this track, I think this vibe that we are getting to now is definitely gonna be better. I've also been way distracted during this stream. It's already 1:20 AM. I just completely lost track of time. But hey, what can you do? That was an extra bass sound. Yeah, we're gonna make a different one, but I think what we could do though is instead of putting the noise in Vital, I'm just gonna do it inside of a rack. So then I can just put any type of noise in there and also play around with the start position, because that's the only annoying thing about Vital, is you're not able to change the start position of the noise. That's kind of a big deal, you know, because that playing that around with that start position makes a huge change. So what I like to do is just well, I guess I'm gonna take a synth which I know restarts properly. Let's take Serum. Just take my little sine wave sub thing again. This is the exact same one as that I have in Vital, by the way. Just slightly... is it the same one? Or is it a different one? Oh no, it's slightly different. This has a couple of more harmonics. But it's also the same thing, it's just a sub that's a little bit less of a sine, more of a rounded square. So you can kind of get some harmonics on the sub right away, if you want. Oh, the level was also down quite a bit. So that's gonna be your sub. Group that. Let's call that a sub. Create another chain. That's gonna be our noise. Let's put that above the sub. And then on here I can put like other things on. So I can just go back into that noise thing. Just find something cool. Hong Kong. Wuhan. Damn, this one has a DC offset. Holy shit. Sure, let's try it. Put that in here, into a sampler. And then just put an EQ on that to high pass it. So that we get rid of the low end. Now this is going to play a really low note. I'm going to have to set it to E0. Okay. That could actually be really fun. And then we can take any distortion. So, I mean, let's bring up the oscilloscope so that we can actually see what it looks like. But I can put any distortion on that. Now I do want to maybe add some high frequencies to that noise layer first, because it is an MP3 file. So it's not gonna have the really high frequencies. So what you could do is take an erosion and take the hiss preset from erosion and just put that after it. So you can see it at some high frequencies, and then depending if you want stereo or mono, you can just change that, and then you can play around with the frequency, maybe make it a little bit wider. Just really low. Just adding a little bit to it. Basically just getting a little bit of that high frequencies back. Yeah, what distortion shall we use? Like, you can use iced up trash, as long as you don't go into multiband mode, because then you're gonna get the same issues again. So we can just put this after the 2 layers. Or if you want to get a clean sub, then what you should do is duplicate the sub one more time, I guess. Or yeah, you should duplicate the sub once more and then group it in another instrument rack with this chain, and then high pass it afterwards. But I'm gonna try it like this first and see what happens. So we can just boost this, I guess. So weird. Reset yourself. Good. Or we could just grab a Serum Effects, which has a good distortion in that. That's good for this kind of stuff. Just put that one on here. And now we can do this one. A little quiet, but we can. all those little things that are happening in the noise really interact with the distortion. And just finding a good one. Like just finding one that makes you go like, oh yes, that's it. I need to make the drums better and then start working with that bass line. Still haven't done the drums at the drop properly, like I said I was gonna do. Okay, the drums are gonna be a little bit longer here as well. Probably up until here. My MIDI fighter just decided to disconnect itself. We weren't using it anyway. Yeah, we're gonna have a different bass. It needs a lot more high end as well, by the way. Holy shit. Yeah, probably gonna have a different bass, but first need some good drums. Otherwise it's not gonna work. Let's duplicate you. Weird. Sure. Mm. Yeah, that. Ah, that's also different, of course. I also changed this. Okay, let's take these, drop that on this one. It needs to be even tighter, in my opinion. Let's put a transient shaper on it. Sure, whatever. Yeah, sure, that works. Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Those categories. You can just do that. It's really annoying. I can't get used to the categories, so I guess I'm just gonna leave it like this. Would rather have it in one list than have it like this. Like I talked about this earlier, the best thing that I would like to have is that it would just have all the folders open and then be able to lock them so that they're still grouped per type, but you don't have to open the folders every single time. Like, that would be great. Like, you can open multiple folders by holding control and then just clicking the folders, but as soon as you now click one of them without having control also pressed, it just closes all of them again. So yeah, my streams are always available on my channel. Takes a little bit of time for YouTube to you know, process the entire stream, but as soon as that is done, then they're always available. We didn't really do a lot today, though. been mostly stuck with this and just playing around with that OTT rack and just making some stuff with that, but... And that vocal, somebody was asking that, that's actually just Vital. Just a text to wavetable. Like, I don't know where it needs to end. Let's see. Almost there, maybe. I can... Not sure where I want it to end. Like, also playing around with this and just... You can change how the words sort of like are spoken, if you get what I mean. You can change the timing of the words. And that's really gonna change the groove of the vocal. See, it's really all about tweaking that as well. That's way better. Let's grab Bitfire Labs. Should have saved before I did this. Okay, there we go. Save. Cool. Yeah, come on. There we go. Strings. Needs to be a bit bigger. I'm not sure what all of these are. What are these? Oh. Okay. Station reverb. Okay. Interesting. Okay, there we go. I really like the sound of that string patch. The Sultasto strings. By the way, Spitfire Labs, absolutely phenomenal. Spitfire audio in general, they make really good stuff. But the whole Labs thing is just a fucking no-brainer. If you guys are watching and you haven't grabbed any of this yet, then after the stream, the first thing you should do is go to Spitfire Audio and get this Spitfire Labs thing, because they're basically just making free cinematic patches for like what most of the time would be used for like cinematic music, like film scores and stuff. And they're just making things available for free. Like, honestly, if I go in here, like, this is everything that they currently have. And this is all free. And they're adding new things to it all the time. So this is absolutely phenomenal. I really love it. And there's some really good patches in it as well. Oh. Not sure why it's ending there. Is it just that long? Huh? Why is that? So there's some automation happening. Ah, there is some automation. The pressure, don't need that. And the mod wheel, ah, that's it. Mod wheel needs to stay up. For now, at least. So this is in E friggin' E minor. What chord can I make that also has E in it? Let's have a little look. A minor. Yo, why is it now suddenly quiet again? That's weird. Whatever. gonna do something else. Oh, we could also try utilizing the MPE. Oh no, that doesn't work on this. This is not an MPE instrument. My bad. We could go to F as well. That's gonna be F major. But I don't like the sound of that. That's too, I don't know. Let's go down. D minor. C major again. It's all too much. Like maybe we should just stick on E. To be honest, I quite like it on the just on E. Let's just make this like that. Gonna cut out right here. No. Cut out right there. And then let's do a mod wheel automation throughout that. Gonna make you interesting, more interesting than what this is. That's what it's doing right now, but it's actually quite cool in the mix. So, just needs to be a little bit louder. I fucking love that. Let's freeze this and just flatten it. Because I think I'm gonna only use a small part of that, so that it's more consistent. But I really love what that does in the mix. Like, it just kind of grooves with the other parts, and that's what's most important. Let's just flatten that. This, I'm just gonna have to find a good one. Like, maybe even just take 2 of them and then just loop those over and over, if you get what I mean. Like, for instance, those 2. probably put some reverb automation or something on it. Maybe a different reverb though. Can I add some noise to that with erosion? I mean, we can get technical. We can get technical like that. Oh, no, let's just cut you. Ooh, it's way better to do this somewhere else. Because I don't want to have to redo this for every single part of them. So it's better to do it in here. See, erosion amount. If I bring the erosion up to where I want it to be for the maximum, so let's just do 200. Go in here, and now this amount controls how much of that we're getting. So I can make my shape in here. See? Get the same thing. And now I only have to do it twice for the two different parts that I have. And I can move to different parts if I unlink this like that. I can now even move to different parts and the noise automation is still there. Because now the noise is independent from the loop. The delay thing is actually quite cool. But it's 2:13 AM. I've been streaming for a really long time and haven't really gotten that much further. Well, I mean, I did made a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna stop streaming. Thanks for being here. I might stream tomorrow, maybe. Again, I'll see. If I do, I'll let you guys know in the Discord. And we'll probably work on this then. I just need to find like a good sort of like hook to this. Something that makes me go, yes, this is what it needed. And I'm probably gonna be playing around with that tomorrow. So, might as well stream then. Anyways, thanks for being here, thanks for the couple of donations, and thanks for the Patreons as well. The new Patreon, who was it? Anomalistic, that was it. Thanks for that. Thanks for the Patreon sub to you. If anybody wants to, the link is in the chat, so you can sub to me on Patreon as well if you want to help support me on these streams. And yeah, other than that, if you want to get some of my sample packs, link is in the chat as well. And if you want to join the Discord, where I'll be after the stream, then join, because we have a lot of fun in the Discord, and you can definitely get some help there as well with your productions. We've got a feedback channel, so if you want to get some feedback on your music, then you can request feedback from, I'm not even sure how many members we currently have. Can I see that? I think we can. Members. 1,860 members. Damn. So yeah, you can definitely get some feedback there. We've got a couple of rules for the feedback. We've got a bot set up that basically checks what people say there. So the only thing you have to do is you have to give some feedback to somebody else, and give proper feedback, not post like, yo man, sick track, you know, not something like that. Actually post a couple of lines of feedback, and if the feedback's good enough, the bot will let you know, and you can then post your own track. That's basically how it works. So that way we can assure that everybody gets a proper feedback to his track. So that's gonna be it. Good night to all of you, or good day, good afternoon, good morning, whatever it is where you are. Thanks for being here. It was still a lot of fun. I'm gonna bounce that break out to audio as well, because that's definitely going into my sample pack. And I guess we'll have some more fun distorting noise at some point, because that was quite fun. I just need to find a good one. So that was it, and I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.